tayo lang. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How are you all doing? It's Asenet.
Good morning.
Good
Morning.
morning.
Still waiting.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Waiting.
Good morning, folks. Happy Monday. Hope you're all doing great and hope you all had a great weekend. So here we come. Welcome to Student Success Strategies Day 1 course. As I have already mentioned in the general meeting, this class is going to be a huge class, all right? So we are almost around 50 students. So that is the reason why I have been simply waiting so that everyone joins the class, knowing that this is the first class in the student success strategies, and therefore there might be some students who are experiencing some technical issues. So as a result, I'm going to go ahead and get started with the attendance, all right? And after that, we are going to simply discuss a little bit more about the course. What are the course expectations in order for you to know what you are required to complete and to accomplish in order for you to successfully finish this course. So therefore, I am going to start saying out loud your names whenever I call your name in order for me to be able to mark you present. Kindly avoid using the general meeting and telling me I'm here. I want to hear your voices, so kindly turn on your mics and let me know by saying present or yes, I'm here. So let's get started. Fadia. Fadia. Everyone else, kindly keep yourself muted, please. Perdus.
Here, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Seville.
And good morning here.
Good morning. Arshpal.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Niteria.
Here.
Ben.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Carolina.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Ronique.
Good morning here.
Good morning, thank you. Allah.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Noor. Noor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ji Ahyang. G. All right, let me tell you folks, whenever you're not responding, you are being marked absent, all right, just for your information. Okay, so Kirambir. Kirambir Kaur.
Present.
Thank you. Uruj. Present. Thank you. Kim Jiwon.
Present.
Thank you. Sabrina.
Present.
Thank you. Marielle.
Present.
Thank you. Sarah.
Present.
Thank you. Rocio Noguerol Aliaga.
Good morning, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Kingsley.
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Maya. Maya. Leticia. Leticia. Mahelet.
Present.
Thank you. Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Perfect. Navdeep.
Morning, present.
Good morning. Thank you. Claudia.
Present.
Thank you. All right, so as I have told you, we are a big class here, all right, because they have merged two classes together. So therefore, I am done with the intra-oral attendance. Now I'm going to proceed to the MLAT list.
Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I don't know if I heard my name or not.
Folks,
I don't know if
please,
perhaps
yeah.
my
So let me clarify one thing. I was going to clarify it later. Kindly do not talk without raising your virtual hand, all right? So that I can simply know who's the one who's talking, because as I mentioned, we are almost 50 students, and therefore if each and every student is going just to simply start talking, I cannot simply hear you. As I mentioned, we are two classes merged together, all right? So therefore, I'm going to go into the MLAT attendance right now. So therefore, if you did not hear your name and if you are in the MLAT, therefore, you're going to be hearing your name shortly. Okay, everyone, just for a clarification. Hayani, Ezedin. Hayani. Chris Marnell.
Present.
Thank you. Shabana Khan.
Present.
Thank you. Yusra Ali. Yusra Ali. Martin.
Asenet? Are you saying,
Yes.
yeah, present. Asenet Martin, yes.
Thank you. Ying Kung Chan.
Present, please.
Thank you. Joanna.
Present.
Thank you. Fajardo.
I'm present here.
Thank you. Maris Tolentino.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Alexia.
Good morning.
Alexia.
Morning.
Thank you. Santiago.
morning here.
Good morning. Christiana.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Zenada.
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Verna.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Rugiatu Sanko.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Thank you. Evelyn. Regacho.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Thank you. Kara Harding.
Here.
Thank you. Louis.
Yes, this is Luke.
Thank you. Hoda. Hoda Abdullahi Muhammad. All right. Amina Anifowosh.
Good morning.
Good
Present.
morning. Thank you. All right, folks, as I mentioned, this is exceptionally, I'm going to accept today, all right, if anyone is saying in the general meeting. However, in the upcoming days, you need to turn on your mic and you need to simply say present, all right? It's not like you can type in the general meeting. So, all right, we are done with the attendance. Now kindly listen well to my question. Is there any student whose name was not called out? It's not like you did not respond, but was there any student who is here, but I did not call your name? Okay, perfect. So now let's proceed to the next few instructions, all right, before going ahead and before starting with our lecture for today. So therefore, folks, we are here in the student success strategies, all right, day one. This is a very light course, okay? So therefore, half of this class who are in the intraoral section or the course, they already know me because I have taught them the introduction to computers. Now, as for the MLAT, you are simply new. Okay, and this is going to be your course with me, the student success strategies. So therefore, I just want to remind a few important instructions, all right? And I would kindly ask you to respect those instructions in order for us to have a smooth class. So we are a very huge class, all right, almost 2 classes merged into 1 class. So therefore, definitely there needs to be some modification to certain instructions, such as, for instance, you need to actively listen to whatever I am simply saying in the class in order for us to simply avoid repetition. So therefore, I mean, if you are not in front of your screens and if you're not actively listening, all right, because my instructions are very well known that they are very clear, right to the point. So therefore, if any student does not understand, it means like there is something wrong in there, such as maybe you're not actively either listening or you are not in front of your screen. So therefore, to avoid that issue, you need to actively listen to my instructions, whatever I am telling in the class, in order for you to be able to complete, I mean, if there are any discussion activities or any marked assessments. So this course is a 4-day course, all right? So therefore, I mean, you're gonna be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because on Friday, I will be simply doing the corrections and posting your marks to the campus login, which is the student portal. So therefore, on Friday, there is no class, all right? Therefore, on Friday, you use that time in order for you to go through whatever we have done in the prior 4 days, because I will be using the Friday's class time in order for me to do my evaluations and in order for me to post your marks on the CL. So therefore, once again, Friday, we don't have a class, all right? Because once again, I will be using that time in order for me to correct your discussion activities as well as your graded assessments in order for me to simply post your marks. That's number 1. So as I said, your course is a 4-day course, all right, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And in the upcoming weeks, you are going to definitely be in another class with another instructor to complete the remainder of the requirements of your program. So therefore, as I mentioned earlier today, this course is a very light course, all right? Which means there might be certain things which you already know because these are common sense things, okay? And therefore, however, there might be many other things which maybe you haven't looked into it closely. Maybe you have heard about certain terminologies such as time management, such as things like that. However, maybe you do not really know the exact meaning or how to simply implement those processes. So therefore, it might be only a concept in your mind. However, it's not something which you have digged deeper into it in order for you to simply gain some extra knowledge in that case. However, as you can see, and how the course name simply mentions, student success strategies. Those are strategies and techniques which we usually teach students in order for them to be successful in their program, which means like if you follow those strategies and those techniques, you can simply excel in your courses and you can simply make sure that you are on top of your studies and that you are keeping track of whatever courses you are simply taking. Now, usually my break times are from 10:30 to 11. So therefore, at 10:30 to 11, we will be taking our breaks, our morning breaks. After that, we usually come into the class in order for us to continue with the second part of the class. So the expectations of this course are basically there will be some topics which you are required to read. There will be some videos which is simply going to explain the basic concepts of this course, because my classes are not only based on lecture. I simply implement the modern learning, which means the students need to do discussions and that it's not only the instructor talking and the students listening. So therefore, there will be some discussion activities posted in the general meeting, such as certain questions which you have to simply respond to in order for me to simply start my evaluation process. So therefore, if I post a question in the general meeting and if there are any students who are not simply participating by putting their answers, therefore kindly note that there will be some reductions in marks, all right? Because those discussion activities or whatever questions I will be raising in this class, they are all going to be part of your evaluation. Second thing which I want to simply focus and to emphasize on is the concept of academic dishonesty. So therefore, sometimes whenever I post a question, it's very easy. You can go into Google, you can type it, you can copy an answer from there, and you can paste it. However, let me be very honest and very transparent with you that I know the level of students, all right? So therefore, I mean, whenever you post something like that, I can automatically know that it is not your own work and that you have simply copied and pasted it, which falls under a concept called plagiarism. So therefore, at any point in time, I mean, don't try to do that, all right? Because firstly, that is something, I mean, unethical, all right? These questions are not something which simply are rocket science where you need to do a research in order for you to answer them. They are just common sense questions, which by using a bit of your knowledge and a bit of your life experience so far, you can definitely go ahead and answer them in your own words. So therefore, I don't think there is any need in order for any one of you to go into Google and to simply type those questions, whatever I will be posting, because as I have already mentioned to you, it's very easy for me to figure out who simply wrote in their own words and whose answer are simply their own. Because let me clarify one thing, okay, whenever you're copying and pasting your answers from the internet, that's similar to the concept of stealing, all right, as if you are stealing something, because whenever a person posts on the internet something, that's their own point of view, all right, and if in the future you have any research papers which you will be working on, and if you take anything from the internet, you need to reference and you need to do a proper citation for that. So as a result, as I mentioned, that is strictly not something which I simply have tolerance to, all right? I have zero tolerance to plagiarism or to any type of academic dishonesty, because as I mentioned, this is a very light course. It does not require any calculations or any other critical thinking calculations or anything like that. So basically, if you read the question, if you think about it a little bit, whatever discussion activity I post in the general meeting, you should be more than good in order for you to go ahead and to simply pass this course successfully. So before going ahead and before simply starting, as I have mentioned, I would simply ask you to actively listen, because I cannot take questions all the time, all right? We are a huge class, and in order for me to keep this class organized and operating in a good way, I simply have to manage it accordingly, and therefore that is the reason why you need to listen to my instructions carefully and actively to avoid each and every student at a specific time to ask me a question which was already mentioned. Because as I have told you, I am very well known, all right? My reputation is very well known that I give and provide clear instructions. So therefore, if any student is simply having questions which I have already answered, there might be some flexibility, which means I might answer it another time. But if I feel like this is happening frequently, then at that point in time, it is solely the responsibility of students to be present in the class throughout the whole duration of the class, which is from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, before getting started with the course, I'm just going to take a few questions over here. So whoever has any type of questions, kindly raise your virtual hands. And whenever I give your name, you're going to go ahead and you're going to let me know what is your question. So Hoda, kindly go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't think you were able to hear me in the beginning when you called my name for attendance, and so I had to log back out and log back in. So if you can correct that, that'll be great. Thank you.
No problem. It has been fixed. But yeah, your attendance has been fixed as well. All right, Yusra, kindly go ahead. Yusra Ali, you may go ahead, please. All right, I'm not able to hear you. If you have anything, kindly type in the general meeting. So therefore, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the first thing which you are going to do for now. I am going to post 7 strategies for success, which I want you to go ahead and to simply go through them and read them, all right? So after, like, I give you around like 15 to 20 minutes in order for you to simply go through this material and to read it, we are going to have a quick discussion together. So just give me a quick minute. Let me post the material. All right. As I mentioned, folks, I'm going to give you around 15 to 20 minutes. Kindly go through this like 7 strategies for success. After around like 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to go through it together. And after that, we are going to have our first activity, which is a discussion activity. So please, right now, everyone, go to your general meeting. I have posted in there 7 strategies for success, and kindly read and go through them. And as I said, after 15 to 20 minutes, we are going to have a discussion in that regard together. Thank you.
اتكلم كده معاه. اتكلم. اتكلمي.
Excuse me? Hello?
All right, folks, so you have been given enough time in order for you to go through the material which I posted, which are the 7 strategies for success. So sometimes, folks, you might realize that some students are simply reading it quickly. Some other students, they might be taking more time. So therefore, kindly note that as an instructor, I need to tailor the lessons based on everyone's capability. All right. So it does not mean like if someone is finishing in like 5 minutes, that everyone is supposed to finish at the same time, because there are different things which we need to take into consideration, such as that some students, the English is not their first language, and therefore there might be some words which are difficult for them, and therefore they need to look up for the meanings of those words. So now, after going through the 7 strategies for success, I told you that we are going to go through it together, where I will be providing some explanation in that regard. However, before doing that, you are going to answer to the first discussion activity, which I will be posting very shortly in the general meeting. So everyone, as I have mentioned earlier, you need to participate in order for you to ensure that you are simply getting marks. If anyone is not participating in the discussion activities, kindly note that you are losing the marks for the discussion activities. Also, there is one important thing which I need to mention, is that don't rush to post your answers. Think about it. Think, what does this exactly mean to you? And after that, you're going to go ahead and you are going to answer it. So the first question, I just posted it in there. It's the discussion activity number 1. What does success mean to you? In your own words, answer the question. Take your time and manage your ideas before posting your answers. So again, everyone, you're gonna have for this question around like 20 to 25 minutes. So please manage your ideas, and after you manage it, each and every student kindly post your answers in there, because as I said, I am evaluating you based on the answers to those discussion activities, which I will be posting in the upcoming classes as well. So everyone, please go ahead and simply type in your answers in the general meeting in regard to this particular question. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
As I have mentioned earlier, kindly do not talk whenever we are working on any activity. And if you do have any questions, you may simply type it in the general meeting, because as I mentioned earlier, we are a very huge class, and therefore I cannot direct each and every student's questions. All right. So if anyone has a question, kindly type it in the general meeting, or if you know it by like meeting chat, whatever, so that I can respond to you. And if you have any questions, please do not talk without raising your
Ali,
virtual
Go
hand.
to the other room.
Kingsley, what's your question?
All right, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Please, where do we submit this assignment?
Just in the general meeting, Kingsley, you need to type your answers. This is a discussion activity, all right? Where each and every student will be posting their answers in the meeting chat so that afterwards we can have a discussion together. All right?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Yusra, go ahead, please, quickly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, where's the general meeting? I don't have anywhere to post my answers in.
You are joining as a guest. That is why I have mentioned in the meeting. So I'm just going to repeat it because you are not able to see what I am typing in the general meeting. If you have any technical issues, kindly reach out to the technical department of the college and let them resolve your issue. All right? Because whenever you're joining my classes as a guest, you're not going to have access or you're not going to see whatever I am posting in the general meeting. And therefore, it's a lot of work for me to send them to you by email. All right. So therefore, kindly reach out to the college, let them know that you are having technical issues and let them resolve it so that you're going to have a full access to whatever is happening in this class. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I already sent them since the morning. They didn't respond back. So in the meanwhile, how should I send my response or my answers for your questions?
Just for this time, exceptionally, just for this discussion activity, I am going to send it to you by email. But as I mentioned, I cannot continue doing that. All right, just exceptionally for this one. However, make sure that you reach out to the college and that you follow up with them so that in the upcoming classes, you have full access to the class. All right, because as I said, if everyone is going to join as a guest and if I'm going to send them by email, I cannot do that. All right, we are almost 50 students. Okay, Yusra?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
All right, folks, thank you so much for simply sharing your answers. I was going through them and I'm still not done. I'm still going through them and marking my remarks in order for it to be easier for me whenever I'm evaluating you and whenever I am marking you for this course. However, as I had mentioned, we will be taking our break right now, 10:30, and we are going to be back at 11 a.m. sharp. So therefore, everyone, enjoy your morning break and make sure that you are in the class in front of your screens back at 11 a.m. Thank you so much.
I'm on my call. open namin.
All right, folks, the morning break is over. Hope you all enjoyed your morning break. Now it's time to kindly be back. So I'm just going to wait another few minutes until everyone is back in front of your screens before I proceed. Thank you for those who are confirming that they are back. All right. So at the beginning of today's class, you were required to spend around 15 to 20 minutes, which you were given and which you were provided in order for you to go through the 7 strategies in order for you to simply become successful. And therefore, right now, we are going to go through them together with some in-depth explanation from my end. So this is the reason why I have simply raised that discussion activity in order for me to know what does success mean to each and every one of you. Because this is definitely something which we don't have a manual for. All right, there is no manual for success, and success might have different meanings for different individuals. However, when I was going through your answers, I have simply realized that majority you are simply saying that you need to excel and you need to master a certain skill in order for you to achieve and to accomplish your goals so that you can get or so that you can experience success. And as I said, there is no definitely a right or a wrong answer whenever it comes to success, because it has different meanings for different individuals. And therefore, there is no alignment, and there should not be any alignment between whatever you think success is and between whatever someone else thinks success is. Success is something, and it's a very wide topic, and still we are researching in it to find out like if there is any common point in success. So therefore, however, as students, I think the main point for you, the success, is simply completing the requirements of your program successfully. However, the main point or the reason behind that is simply in order for you to achieve your future goals and objectives. It is true that the path is simply starting right now, all right? You're just enrolled in your programs, in different programs, because we are simply, I have 2 classes over here merged together. So therefore, each one of you, maybe you have chosen this particular program or this particular course in order for you maybe to improve your careers, or maybe you are looking for ways to switch from your current career. Maybe right now you are simply working in a particular industry or in a particular job. However, maybe because you didn't find yourself in this particular industry, or because you didn't find yourself in this particular field, you might simply seeking and looking for other opportunities, and maybe that was one of the reasons why you simply got enrolled in those programs. However, with those enrollments definitely come some responsibilities as well. And this is why we are going to right now go through the 7 strategies for success. So the first strategy over here is get to know yourself as a thinker and learner. So therefore, in your courses, it's very important in anything, whatever you're doing in life, to have some sort of a critical thinking in order for you to simply see or read something and try to figure out whether it represents something right or wrong. It's not like always you have to simply follow the crowd, all right? Because that doesn't mean that always the crowd is right, all right? However, we culturally have that tendency that whenever we see majority are doing something, therefore we simply seek or try to do the same. Okay, and this is one of the major reasons of failure, okay, because some students, they simply say that, oh, I got enrolled in this program because my friend got enrolled in it too. So that does not mean that you like this field or you like this program. So therefore, you just got enrolled in it because your friend is enrolled in it. So therefore, this shows that that person does not have any type of awareness of whatever he or she is doing. So the first strategy is you need to know yourself, and no one knows you better than you. Okay, so therefore you need to think, why am I here? You need to think, what am I learning in this program? How can I simply use whatever I am learning currently in order for me to implement it in the future in my career and in order for me to contribute to my community and to my society in a good way? That is why there are certain questions which we need to ask ourselves, such as when and where are you most productive? There are some students who do not like numbers. So therefore, I cannot advise them to do, for instance, accounting or to do payroll, because it's going to be majority of the courses related to numbers, related to computations, and related to calculations. So definitely, whenever you are thinking about something, you need to put in the list as a priority, what are the things which you really enjoy doing. And this is one of the reasons where we simply provide those courses at the beginning, so that if any student wants to simply re-evaluate their decision in order for them to figure out whether it's the right choice for them or not. Because these are very important questions which you need to ask yourself. You need to think thoroughly about them before taking any decision. What tends to distract you? Knowing your intellectual proclivities and habits helps you to apportion your time more effectively and to be more productive overall. Because whenever you are at the college, you see how much time you spend on a daily basis. So your classes are from 9 to 1 on a daily basis. And therefore, this is simply a lot of time which you are spending. So therefore, you need to make sure that you are simply spending it wisely. You are being productive. Whenever you are in the class, you are simply listening actively. You are simply learning a lot of skills and qualifications, because otherwise it means that it is simply waste of time. So therefore, always be a thinker and evaluate yourself and evaluate your capabilities, because as I mentioned, no one knows you better than you. Now, the second strategy for success is to set a personal goal for each course. Definitely, there are some courses which require more detailed attention, and it requires more study than other courses. Such as, that is the reason why I told you at the beginning of today's class, like this course is a light course. There aren't calculations, there aren't things which you need to memorize, there aren't rules and regulations. However, I can assure to you that this is considered one of the very important courses, because it is where you simply figure out and find out your strength and find out what are some of your weaknesses. So therefore, whenever you're setting a personal goal, do not simply rely or focus solely on the grade. What marks should I get? Yes, therefore, there might be some other reasons, okay? And I'm gonna be very honest with you. There might be some students whose main objective is not maybe like the education. However, maybe they have some other objectives, all right? So therefore, however, whenever you are here in the class and whenever you are simply spending this amount of time, at least spend it wisely and try to learn something new. because we are human beings and we are always in a learning process. No one ever knows anything perfectly, all right? Even sometimes we as instructors who keep teaching students, we do learn as well on a daily basis. So therefore, the second strategy, which is set a personal goal for each course. Instead of focusing solely on the grade, consider how each course deepens your expertise in a field of interest or contributes to your overall intellectual development. In other words, motivate yourself in terms of mastering skills and concepts as opposed to getting a good grade or avoiding a bad one. So definitely it's not a desirable situation whenever you get a low mark, because definitely it's not a good feeling, all right? However, don't put your main focus on the grades. Sometimes there are some students who are really, I find them really wasting their time and their effort when they simply come and they simply argue about marks or they argue about grades, because the life outside is not based on that, all right? And therefore, we as instructors, we are very fair in our evaluations, and therefore we do not need students to tell us what mark they deserve. Because if that's the case, I wouldn't be putting those marks. You can put your own marks. However, as an instructor, it's my responsibility to evaluate you fairly, and therefore it is not your job to teach instructors what mark should they put you. And there are some students, as I'm telling you, they come and they argue about really nonsense things, all right? I mean, why did I get 90 and not 95? Imagine that type of a mentality or that type of a mindset. However, as I told you, it's our job, okay? It's not something which students tell us what we are supposed to do. You as a student, your main responsibility is to follow the instructions and to do whatever work you are required. Other than that, everything it's the responsibility of the instructor, or if there are any administrative issues, the college is responsible for that. Come to your classes, be punctual, do the job, whatever you required, and don't get into the job of the instructors, what marks you deserve, or why you got a specific evaluation, because that's our job and we do our job correctly. We don't need someone to teach us how to evaluate or how to do our jobs correctly, because we have spent an amount of years, many years, either studying or simply experience from an experience perspective. We are not here we haven't been teaching for 1 or 2 months. So therefore, it is simply our responsibility and we know how to do our jobs perfectly. So therefore, as students, don't focus only on the grade. So imagine you got 100. However, when you are simply with yourself, evaluating yourself, you don't know anything. So what is the point of that 100? Imagine if I tell you you have $1 million in the bank. However, it's just a number. You cannot access that amount of money in order for you to use it. So if you think about it critically, it's the exact same concept. Imagine you have 100, however, you know nothing. So what is the point of that 100 on your transcript? Because do you think whenever you're gonna be going into the job market in order for you to get a job, do you think that they are solely going to rely on what mark you got on your transcript? I can assure to you 100% definitely no, because whenever the interviewer will be asking you some questions, it is at that point in time that they will figure out whether that mark which you got is right or wrong. So therefore, to sum up the second strategy, don't only focus on the marks. Focus on what you are achieving and what skills and qualifications you are simply acquiring in the courses which you are being taught. Thirdly, manage your time and your attention. So I totally understand that maybe majority, if not all of you, you work, you have families, you have kids, plus you are simply attending school. And therefore, this is something which I usually hear from many students, that we do not have time in order for us to simply study, or in order for us to practice whatever we are already doing in the class. And this is one of the reasons why the modern education, or the modern teaching strategies, are focusing on many areas. So before many years, the education or the way of teaching, it was completely different, where only instructors used to talk. There weren't any discussion activities. There weren't any type of videos, where simply it enhances the way of thinking of students. However, modern teaching is completely different. Modern teaching focuses on critical thinking. Modern teaching focuses on the different viewpoints of students. That is why there are certain questions, or there are certain type of concepts for which I usually say there is no right or wrong, because it depends on the perception of each and every individual. So therefore, you need to simply manage your time, regardless how many obligations, how many tasks and duties you have. Because if you sit down and if you manage your time, if you put a calendar, and if you simply say from this time to this time, I'm at the class and I will be simply focusing and putting all my focus on the explanation, so that outside of the class time, I don't have to simply invest a lot of time in order for me to go through the material once again, which was already explained. So therefore, be detailed whenever you are simply making your schedules. Make sure that there are no type of overlapping in there. Don't simply say that I am going to study from this time to this time if at that time you work, because whenever you're at work, definitely you're not going to have time in order for you to study. Because if you manage your time wisely, that is going to definitely reduce your level of stress. And whenever you feel relaxed, you are definitely going to be more productive. And this is simply based on different studies and different researches. Try also to focus your attention whenever you are simply studying solely on your studies. Try to avoid different types of distractions, such as put aside your mobile phones, put aside your computer where you have maybe like some sort of chat applications on it, where some friends, maybe they are trying to reach out to you, etc. Just try to say that 1 hour, I am going to simply isolate myself and I'm simply going to focus on my studies. Because once again, researchers have shown that whenever you are in your mobile phone and trying to study, it's a complete distraction, because your mind is focusing on different tasks at the same point in time, which is definitely going to lead to an undesirable situation. Now, number 4 in the strategies was think like a professor. So therefore, instructors have reasons for why they craft their courses as they do. As you move through your courses, spend some time considering these reasons. Ask yourself, for example, why you are reading this text at this point in the semester, or what this writing assignment is designed to help you to do. That is why you need to always make sure that whatever you are reading, you are understanding. We're not giving you certain articles such as this one, the 7 strategies for success, just in order for you to spend some time. There is a reason behind it. And the 4th strategy in the 7 strategies is to think like a professor, is to think why my instructor gave me this article. Why am I reading this article? What is the outcome? What am I going to learn after I read this article? What areas in my mind are going to be improved by reading this article. And therefore, as you know, in different semesters, in different courses, you are going to focus on different parts. Definitely that is going to be relying on the program or the field which you are simply majoring in. So if you're majoring in accounting, I'm not going to teach you things which you simply take in a different program. Okay, there might be some things maybe in common, for instance, if you have any introductory course to accounting or something like that, but definitely those are two different topics, they are two different areas, and definitely they are going to include many different concepts and theories. Number 5, review your notes as soon as possible after class. Why is that? Because usually, and once again, whenever you read them immediately, you are going to simply remember majority of the things which the instructor and which the professor explained in the class. So imagine that now I'm going through those 7 strategies and I am simply assuming that you are taking notes of whatever I am saying. So after the class, whenever you go through those notes or at the study period, which is something I usually give my students a study period in order for them to go through the materials which I covered in that particular class so that they can simply absorb the ideas within the class hours. If whenever you are being given that study period, if you focus and if you simply invest that time to go through your notes, to go through the examples which the professor gave, there is a very, very high probability that you are going to recall much more than a student who is simply not going to use that time to go through the material. And let's say that that student will be going through the material only before the exam, because we have a certain level of capacity, and therefore if you simply bombard your mind and your brain with a lot of information at the last moment, there is a very, very high probability that your brain is going to block. And that is why sometimes you'll hear a student saying like, I really studied so hard, but I didn't get a good mark. I didn't do well in the exam. The reason for that is because they have studied really hard, but they didn't study at the right time, which means that if you simply stay awake before a day of your exam and you simply study, the next day during the exam time, you're going to be feeling exhausted, and definitely you're going to be in front of a block for your brain to recall all the information which you have simply studied and memorized before a day. So therefore, students forget 50%, half of what they learn if they don't review within 24 hours, and 65% if they don't review within a week. Even a brief review pays off. And I don't think in your case you have any excuses, because as I told you, those who have taken courses prior to this one with me, they do know that I simply dedicate a study period where I simply say that this is a study period in order for these students to go through whatever I have explained or whatever discussion activities or whatever assignments I have simply given them. Now, strategy number 6, do a little work on an assignment the day it's given, preferably mapping out a plan or outline for its completion. Whenever you are being given an assignment, sometimes some assignments are required to be done during the class hours. However, definitely if there are assignments which require more time, therefore as a professor or as an instructor, they are going to simply give you more time to go through the assignment. If it requires some sort of a research, you are going to be given enough time to do that. So therefore, it is preferred to simply do a mapping, all right, which we call it as a mind map. Whenever you're given an assignment about a particular topic, just put some ideas on a piece of paper the day when you are given the assignment, because in that day or whenever the instructor is simply explaining the instructions of the assignment, you need to make some notes, you need to put some notes, or whenever the instructor is giving you like some videos as a reference, just make sure that you put some instructions in your notebook so that later whenever you're trying to work on your assignment, it's gonna get easier and you are going to simply focus on the most important thing before the due date. Many students, they do not do their assignments on time, and after that they waste simply their time by texting or messaging their instructor like, please, can you extend the due date for me, or blah, 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 whatever. However, you need, as I mentioned earlier, you need to manage your time. As a student, you have responsibilities and you have to simply respect and you simply need to abide by those responsibilities. So starting a project often proves the hardest part. Starting early gets you over this high hurdle with plenty of time to develop your work. So always don't leave yourself until the very last minute, because whenever you leave yourself until the very last minute, the outcome of your project or the outcome of your assignment is not going to be good. And secondly, you are going to simply put yourself in a situation where you are stressed out. And if you need more time, if you text your instructor, you are in a situation where you are simply waiting for your instructor's response, and not every time it's going to be a positive response. It's not like always we are going to tell you, oh, okay, if you were not able to do it, then okay, I'm going to be flexible with you and I'm going to extend it to you. No, it depends on how long time you were given. It depends on some other factors as well. Okay, as an instructor, some of the factors which I focus on are the level of the student, all right? Those are certain things which I also take into consideration whenever I'm giving any assignment or any activity. That is the reason why I told you, like, maybe someone finishes those 7 strategies in like 10 minutes. However, with another student, it might take 20-25 minutes to go through it, to understand it, because there might be a lot of words which they might not be familiar with. And the last strategy from the 7 strategies for success, and in those 7 strategies, they are simply trying to focus on the most important things. However, it's not like these are only the 7 strategies for success. If you do those, you're going to be successful. Yes, definitely those are going to help you a lot, but in different books, in different researches, in different studies, there might be more than 7 strategies. Now, in the 7th strategy, explain a difficult idea, concept, problem, or passage to a friend. So this is something which is really very beneficial, because researchers have shown that whenever you are explaining something to someone else, you simply understand those things better, which means whenever you are simply brainstorming certain concepts, trying to simply provide example, let's say, to your classmate, in order for your classmate to understand a particular topic, you are simply benefiting yourself as well, because in your mind you are absorbing the material and the topic deeply. So research shows that one of the most effective ways to learn is to teach. If you try to explain what you have been studying to another, you'll transfer the information from short to long-term memory. And this is something which is really very important. If you simply try to study something last minute, that is going to be automatically done to your short-term memory, which means sometimes you might do well in your exam or in your test. However, after you finish your test or your exam, you're gonna forget it. Why you will be forgetting it? Because it went into your short term, you have studied it in a very short period of time, and you did not really absorb the concept of that particular theory. However, your main aim was, let me do the exam, let me just pass the exam, and after that, it's maybe something not important for you. So therefore, and you'll more clearly see what you understand and what you don't. Because whenever you are explaining, you're gonna even figure out by yourself if there are any areas which you don't understand yourself, so that you can simply spend more time focusing on those areas and simply maybe doing some more extra research, some more extra reading in order for you to understand that particular topic perfectly. So therefore, folks, I have gone through the 7 strategies for success. Right now, if you do have any questions, kindly raise your virtual hand in regard to the explanation which I provided, so that I can simply direct and answer your question. All good? Yes, Arshpal, go ahead, please. Thank you so much for those who are confirming that they do not have any questions. So I'm just going to wait another few minutes in order for me to take up your questions. So if you do have any questions, kindly raise your virtual hands. Whatever I'm explaining, folks, there might be some sort of an evaluation and an assessment on Thursday, all right? Because as I told you, this course is a 4-day course. Friday, you don't have class, so therefore you don't come to the class. So it's a 4-day course, and therefore there are 3 days where we are going to simply do some explanation. We are going to have some videos during those 3 days, and on Thursday, you will be required to answer some of the questions as part of your evaluation. All right. Yes, Huda, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Are you going to be posting like any of the materials like in the files that we can go over, or do we just have to just write everything that we think is important that you say?
Whatever I'm explaining, you are responsible to take notes. Whatever materials you have to read, it is already being posted in the general meeting. So therefore, you can simply save a copy of that material.
So just that 7 success thing that you posted, that's the material?
Correct. Those are the 7 strategies for success, which is the material for today, along with whatever I have explained. I have explained a lot of concepts, right? So therefore, it is the responsibility, like students are solely responsible to make the notes whenever I'm explaining. I'm not going to make notes on a student's behalf, okay? Because each and every student needs to simply learn how to take notes and simply to identify what are some of the important things which is being discussed in a material.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? Anyone? All right. Since you do not have any questions, I will be posting a link, all right, strategies for learning from failure. And this interview has been simply done at Harvard University, all right? So therefore, it's not a very long video, all right? It's almost like maybe around like 10 minutes or maybe a bit less or more, all right? So therefore, you will be watching this video because tomorrow I will be asking some questions in regard to this video. Okay, so everyone right now, once I post the link to that video, you are required to use the remainder of the class time in order for you to watch the video. It's not difficult to understand, all right, but definitely it is not something like you can watch it lightly, okay? You need to really focus on whatever is being discussed in that video because, as I said, on Thursday, you might be required to simply answer some questions which are relevant to that particular video. So I don't know if I understand your question, Leticia. What do you mean? What's due on Wednesday? I don't get your question. I did not mention anything in regard to Wednesday. So if you can clarify or if you got your answer, then that's good. Okay, so right now, everyone, I am going to post, all right, the video link in there. So whenever you get into the link, you need to scroll down a little bit in order for you to get into the video. So here is the link, everyone. Now I want you to use the remainder of the class time until I end up the class, okay? So usually I don't leave you till the very last minute in the class. So usually I end up the class by 12:45. So therefore you are required right now, everyone, to use the remainder of the time until I do the closing for the class to watch this video. Like, try to watch it a few times. Try to simply write down some important things which you think are important, which you can learn and which is going to help you to simply figure out what are the main ideas of this video. So everyone, I am going to mute myself right now in order for me not to distract you while you are watching the video and while you are putting down your notes. I guess it's very clearly stated that the remainder of the time until 12:45, you are going to use it to watch the video and to simply write down your notes. Also, if you have watched the video and if you have written down your notes and if it is still before 12:45, then go into your notes and whatever I have explained in regard to the 7 strategies for success, and make sure that you do the required reading so that you do not leave yourself until the very last minute. Thank you so much. Folks, kindly note that whenever you are done, you're not required to let me know, all right? As I told you, you have till 12:45 in order for you to watch the video. And if you're done, I have already mentioned what you are required to do. So go through the 7 strategies for success and make sure that all the notes and whatever you need, it is written in your notebook so that you can make use of them during your evaluation or the assessment on Thursday. Also, I just want to bring to your kind attention one important thing which I have realized. If any student is not attending the whole class, and therefore if you are leaving the class before I am simply announcing that the class is over, kindly note that you will be marked left early. Okay, so that you are clear on that point. Our class is not over yet. This part of the class is called a study period. So therefore, if you are leaving the class, I have all the authority in order for me to mark you left early. Thank you.
Hi, Christine. Miss.
All right, folks, thank you for your kind attendance. You may go ahead and leave the class now and enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you all back, God willing, tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
you